Silky. Opie. There's Zoe. Hi, Zoe.
Meanwhile, in other news, a lot of times kids Google them and find out some stuff
Hi, baby.
about them. Just a bit of a background check in the gun buying world, And I'm sure
See you later, Zozo. Oh, I play with that Betty. Play with that Betty. Oh, yeah.
Our teacher, too, to find out some stuff on Lord, yes. Students at in a Dallas school. Meanwhile, in Waco, or more accurately, West Texas, which is just north of Waco, the city of West, they're still trying to bring order to the chaos as 5 city blocks were flattened and a giant fertilizer plant exploded. Presidency. I'll tell you what, I'll get some when he gets some. How about that? Yeah, that'll help. Whiny bitch! That's it. President's a whiny bitch. I believe you can be fired for that. Here's what it is. Just outside of Waco in a little city called West.
Kitty.
Atomic bomb, they say. They said go up, boy. It's like the whole earth shook when this thing went on. Leveling city blocks and shaking windows as far away as Fort Worth. And a first report, one of the EMS
Bye, Zoe.
said as many as 60 to
Bye, Zozo.
people could have died in the blast. Then it went. I'm not going to use the
Bye, Zoe.
block radius. The sun will just be explosions after the whiny bitch president yesterday, and after the Waco explosion last night. Imagine how hard it would be to say, fashion police. Well, for one thing, would we have video footage of the possible bombers in Boston? If not for fashion, thank you, Lord. The wife of that couple turned out to be the mother of the orange-haired guy in Colorado that shot up a policy gig in the back. Probably that guy with the glasses, the professional liar that comes out and talks to the press.
You're going, holy mackerel, there's really something interesting here.
Was their answer?
And,
Idiot, because he went out and identified a suspect that had been so-called arrested, and then went as far as to say that he was at the Boston courthouse. So he's
not on Obama's schedule. Reuters reported that. But it's very interesting because this is the way things are done with Saudi Arabia. You don't arrest their citizens, you deport them because they don't want them to be embarrassed, and that's the way we appease them.
okay, now jaws have been dropped.
yes.
What do you make of that?
Or the Saudi prince was making some sort of demands to get his people back.
I mean, why would, okay, this was a person of interest. Well, we'll get back to it in just a moment on KSFO. Glad you're here. 15 past 5 on KSFO. Katie Green right there. We've got some traffic.
We also have an accident this morning. This is a severe accident with injuries involved. 80 eastbound at Dixon Avenue. We have all lanes closed.
LP, a tax law firm, at 888 Tax Deal. That is 888-TAX-DEAL. Moskowitz LLP, a tax law firm, at 888.
Deported on national security?
That's right.
Well, no, wait, hang on. Because Reuters did have a report tonight that I found odd. And that was Obama was meeting with the foreign minister, Prince, earlier tonight, and it was not on Obama's schedule. Reuters reported that. That's very interesting because this is the way things are done with Saudi Arabia. You don't arrest their citizens, you deport them because they don't want them to be embarrassed, and that's the way we appease them.
Obama's the guy that bowed to the Saudi royal family chief, and then Hello?
Yes, I'm calling for Sister Benevolence.
Yes.
Sister, could you throw a little bit of benevolence our way? We're running a little light this week.
What?
Can you throw a little benevolence our way? We're running a little light this week.
Mm-hmm.
Could that be arranged, Sister?
I see.
Can you go ask Father O'Toole what his thoughts are?
You're breaking up.
Can you ask Father O'Toole his thoughts, please? I see. So we have, you're joining us this morning on our ride up to San Jose. Aren't you excited?
Yeah.
Flabulous?
What?
Isn't that flabulous?
No, we don't have flatulence.
I said flabulous, not flatulent.
I'm sorry.
Flabulistic.
Mm-hmm.
No, we've never known you to be flatulent, and if you were, you confined it appropriately to the appropriate chamber.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember getting a lecture from you back in the 80s about where flatulence is to be. There's one place and one alone where flatulence is permitted. And that's why bathroom fans were invented and installed and mandated.
Exactly.
Right? And it's funny, I've carried that with me all these years. Every time I go into a hotel bathroom that has one of those automatic fans that kicks on when you flip on the switch, you know?
You think of me.
Well, I think of you and Miss Worth because there was a book written back in the 60s called A Hotel is a Place. It's a little comedic satire written by Shelley Berman. And it's all about the crazy shit that happens in hotels. And it's just a little teeny weeny book. It's very, very funny. And he covers everything from, room service to the dopey things that, maids do and all that. And he wrote this chapter on the hotel bathroom fan. Namely, they wired it so that it's going to go on whether you want it to or not. So it's assumed that if you step foot in there, you're going to foul the air. And Mike thought that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. He couldn't contain himself. He just, he was party to some bathroom humor for sure, but he thought that was the funniest thing. And so I think of that, and I also think of you whenever I enter a hotel commode with a automated exhaust fan. So there you go. Might not be in the tour books.
Well, there's so many great walks that you could do. Let's see.
The weather's going to cooperate. It's going to be in the high 50s, low 60s. So, and it's not expected to rain. So that's favorable walking weather.
Absolutely. St. Paul's, the Abbey, the Tower. You can take a train out to Windsor or Hampton Court. And, Windsor is spectacular.
How far away is that?
Windsor, 30 miles.
Okay.
then you take the train to Slough and change trains.
I'm sorry, I lost you there. You take the train to what?
To Slough.
Slough.
Change train.
Slough. Okay, Slough. I've always wanted to go to Slough ever since I watched that show.
Yeah.
That's right, because Slough's claim to fame is that it's not far from Windsor.
Yeah. Slough was for a few years back. I mean, this was in Queen Victoria's time. Slough was the railway station for Windsor.
Oh,
Before they built the branch to Windsor.
so it is fairly close enough.
Yeah, Slough to Windsor is, I don't know, probably 7 miles or something.
Okay, so would Windsor be open to tourism and tours and stuff?
Yeah, because you're going to be there over St. George's Day, and the court is usually a resident of Windsor then.
Okay.
But that being said, the Garter service, the Order of the Garter, which is the highest order of knighthood in the world, and the most ancient, and et cetera, takes place at Windsor on St. George's Day.
Which is when? Sunday?
I don't have a calendar in front of me. It's like the 23rd, I believe.
I think I'm out of there. That's the day I leave. I may be out of there on the 22nd. What is today?
Today's hold on.
Well, 15th was Monday, so today would be Thursday, so the 19th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th. No, today's the 18th.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be there on the 23rd. I think that's the day I split.
Okay. But, check so on that's close to Windsor. And so that takes place, and it's a really big festive time at Windsor.
So if they're at Windsor, would that then make Buckingham more accessible?
Well, Buckingham Palace is not open this time of year. It's only officially open for visitors. You can get in and go to the Queen's Gallery, which is in a wing of the palace, and it's a gorgeous small gallery where there's constantly changing exhibits of things from the royal collection.
Okay.
So it's worth seeing. But Buckingham Palace is officially open to the public in the late summer and early fall when the royal family.
Guards and
Yeah,
the exterior stuff is all.
Yeah, that takes place all through the year.
And that goes on. How often does that go on during the day?
Taking the guard, depending on the time of the year, but it's usually around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. That's as I recall, that's about when it was in Prague. It was kind of midday kind of thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
It's right down the street.
what did you call it?
Clarence House.
Okay.
Clarence.
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 Like Clarence the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
After the Duke of Clarence was who built it.
I was thinking of the fat organ salesman in Dearth Ailers.
Yeah. Okay. Well, going down the mile from Buckingham Palace, heading towards the city. You're gonna pass. There's a series of great houses on the left. There's Spencer House, which is fronts on the Green Park, which so not directly onto the Mall, and then there's Lancaster House. The Spencer House was built by the Princess of Wales forebears. You remember she was Diana Spencer.
Yeah.
And it was their London home. The family still owns it, but they leased it out to Baron Rothschild. That was actually built for the Duke of York. And it's a great palace of a place. It's gorgeous from the outside. It's not usually open to the public when he was Prince of Wales, and then later his widow retired there, as did Queen Mary in their old age. It's not usually open to the public because it contains government offices these days. And then Clarence House. Now, Clarence House is the Prince of Wales' home, but parts of it are open to the public. And that was where the Queen Mother lived until she died. And when our present Queen and Prince Philip were first married, Clarence House was their private home before she was Queen. And it was built for Henry VIII. You still there?
Yep.
Okay. St. James's is still the sovereign's official residence. For example, ambassadors are accredited to the Court of St. James's. Buckingham Palace has never been given the title of the sovereign's official residence. The court is still referred to as the Court of St. James's. Even though the sovereign hasn't lived there since Queen Victoria came to the throne, it's still referred to as the Court of St. James's.
I see.
And then after St. James's Palace, there's Carlton House Terrace, which was where it's a series of fabulous townhouses and so on the site of Carlton House, which was where George IV lived when he was Prince of Wales, and it was torn down when Buckingham Palace was built in the 1820s. And then you come to Admiralty Arch, and if you go through Admiralty Arch, you come up into Trafalgar Square. The National Gallery is there, which is one of the great museums of the world. St. Martin's in the Fields is a gorgeous classical church, and I'm sure you've heard like concerts on the radio and stuff, and probably seen CDs. And the Academy of St. Martin's in the Fields.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the church where those concerts and things take place.
every minute. But part of it is I don't mind to their connection.
This train will remain stops at Salinas, Paso Robles, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Oxnard, Simi Valley.
Well, so that's a good, you know, that'll help if you can get some of that stuff automated. FYI, if you're able to do so. Right. You know, I'm thinking I've just got California.
Convoy Station of San Francisco International Airport. Please take time to gather our belongings and possessions and on board the train. This train will make its way back to downtown San Francisco on its way to Pittsburgh Bay flight for international flights. Please go to the BART station, continue straight until you see the information booth. Turn to your right-hand side for international terminals.
Sure.
Spencer, 100.
Should I scan this or not?
It's this way.
That would be crazy. Who in the hell would want to just put on somebody's jacket and walk off with it?
Ladies and gentlemen, information all to take where it's possible for you to use any of your electronic devices. A list of which can be found in the Sky Magazine book independent packages for that view. Like today, we do have the food for sale menu in the back. Here we have the menu in the seat pocket, hopefully. Describing our selection of fresh items. It will be in one position for landing. Thank you.
Everybody have put up your electronic. I've been doing the San Francisco down platform. Here?
Oh, really? I started back when I think like last July. Sometime I got.
Has been open for your declining. Since you're leaving us, we do ask that you remember any personal belongings you may have brought on board with you. You make your connection just as
southbound, we're just short of the gate here a little bit. They changed our gate to Bravo 2. A little bit of congestion in the ramp here. Please remain seated.
Welcome aboard the plane train. Please hold on. This train is departing. The next stop is for Seagate. C as in Charlie. The next stop is for Seagate. D as in David. The next stop is for E-Gate. E as in Echo. Welcome aboard the plane train. Please hold on. This train is departing.
Sure, we can accommodate everyone's carry-on baggage.
I know. I get your private jet home. Are you going to London? So we avoid you to get in line. Are you going to be able to get your ticket?
There was Gibson on the left.
Right, you're like, fine, you're okay. You are
Try again.
it's too late now. Just coming around, everybody hold their own passport handle. Might need to put you on.
Ruby, do you want to hold your passport?
Thank you.
I'm only messing.
Is this 19? Yes. I'm reading that a lot. Yeah, I'm very nervous.
Welcome aboard, and thanks for flying with Delta. Our first priority on every flight is safety. And place smaller items under the seat in front of you. And ensure all aisles, exits, and wheelchair areas are clear. And ensure your mobile phones and electronic devices are turned off. You are unable to perform these functions, please let us know, and we'd be happy to find you. As we do, and luggage information controls located throughout the cabin, in addition to any crew member instructions. Smoking is not allowed on any Delta flight, and federal law prohibits transferring witnesses by or destroying the residence level. So don't worry if the bag doesn't inflate. Be sure to adjust your own mask before helping others. A water evacuation is also flexible. Your tray table is put away and all carry-on items are properly stowed. If this plane features Wi-Fi, internet access will be available while we're above 10,000.
why it's not the same is because after 20 minutes sitting on the wrong way, they're meant to take you back to the gate. But you walk and stuff like that. That's the regulation.
State Police to come in and to give us an update on situations. We all want to learn more about suspects and motives and things of that nature.
Hi. Which side is C?
On this side.
Thank you. Hi. That fit.
we start to make our initial descent into London. Please ensure your seatbelts are securely fastened. Please remain seated for the duration of the flight. Now is the time to start looking around your seat area and make sure that you have all your personal belongings and your documentation necessary to enter into the UK. All cabin service will be discontinued at this time as we make our preparations for landing. Thank you. Ensure your seatbelts are securely fastened. All the electronic devices do need to be turned off. Anything you've used during the flight, please restore it back underneath the seat in front of you. Once again, check the security of your seats belts. We should be touching down here in just a few moments. Thank you.
had some questions. We didn't have a person on to like the paperwork. Huzzah! You're home. Are you home? No. We had an entire group. Oh my God. Just letting you know we didn't have a person.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to London Department of Home. My name is Julian.
Hey guys, thanks so much.
Thank you.
In case if you have any questions.
Bye, folks. Thank you.
I think I know what it is, so I like advertise on headline news.
No, it's fine. I'll just check it. You can have it back.
the City Line. There is no service to King's Cross and Margate due to planned engineering works. A good service operates on the rest of the line. To plan your journey on all Transport for London services, please check publicity, speak to a member of station staff, or visit the TfL website. There is good train service operated for all other.
Everyone's starting last week. Discuss.
Between the train and the platform. This is Knightsbridge.
Okay.
Nikogo nie ma, to zostało. To wiesz, nie przypomnieć.
Shake
line service to Northfields.
Yes. The happiest people from Norway. The young ones. They know how to do it. Tom, är vi på? Okej,
6,000 people, like 10,000 people. They'll be running for hours.
Down there, where the train is, under, there's a W-H-I-W. By the other place, goes over.
Oh, I see, yeah. Like cartoon. Yes, you can see Kitty. There's Nelson's column. You see Nelson's column?
So darling, they run, right, is that like they're running through London from there?
Big long, it's black, then it goes up.
What do you do? Can you see Wembley? You see Wembley, Josie? It must be quite motivating.
So, there's the shadow over there, so if you go over there,
I don't think we're going to see it. It's not very clear, is it?
there's a ray, like,
Yeah, it's a tower.
Har du satt dina bilder slänga på lager? Ja, kul. Oh, it's so scary. Papa, will you give me your eyes? It's so scary. Text him.
Please wait until access has disembarked for routine assist your exit.
Ma fuori non posso vedere?
City Line and National Rail services from Waterloo East. This train terminates at Stratford.
To do just that. At the tower, Edward ringed the castle with a moat and a new wall and built a formidable entrance. He extended the palace by building the self-contained St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Her Majesty's Royal Palace and Fortress, better known as... This afternoon's tour, I'm going to take you through 900 years of history in 50 minutes. An area of 18.5 acres. But how did it all begin? We've got to go back to the year 1066. William of Normandy defeated King Harold at the Battle of Hastings. William was brought to London, and on Christmas Day of that year in Westminster Abbey, he proclaimed himself King William I of England. For the next 12 years, his men went around England and very often had to fight their newly conquered Saxon subjects. That's what they called the English in those days. They were called the Saxons. And the French were called the Normans. Nobody liked the Normans. Never said a word. So the king decided he'd return to the corner of the old Roman wall, because the Romans had been here 1,000 years before the Normans. On top of the old Roman fort, he built the White Tower, also known as the Norman Keep. Around that fortress, successive monarchs continued to build and improve its defences. These became known as the inner and the outer belly. Although we're a small group, and it's very noisy today, especially with these helicopters going up and down. In one grand chorus to make sure that you're listening to me. How many towers in the Tower of London? 3. Pardon?
13.
13! Well, that was a waste of time. Good afternoon! 13 on the inner wall, 6 on the outer wall, 1 in the middle, 20! There were a few more. Some were bombed out, some were burnt out, some were never built. There's a green area goes all the way around the outside. This used to be the moat. Excavated in the reign of King Edward I by the Bishop of Ely. Now the Bishop of Ely was a very religious man. Probably that's why he was a bishop. And soil to its present level. He then used it as a parade ground. It was built, what's been used for many things. I'm sure you all know that the tower was used as a prison. But that's only part of its history. Where that big shop stands outside, there was another tower there, and it took the name the Lion Tower. As far back as the 13th century, kings and queens that used to visit our royalty here in England, they would bring wild animals with them as gifts. Animals we'd never seen before. Lions, leopards, tigers, porcupines. From Norway came the big white polar bear. We used to put a collar around its neck, tie it to a chain, let it go into the River Thames, where it would catch its own salmon. It was a fresh river in those days. From Africa came the elephant. We give it lots of gin and lots of meat, and it died. We hadn't seen an elephant before, we had no idea what to do with it. Now in 1842 these animals were taken from the Tower of London to Regent's Park, and that's how Regent's Park Zoo became established. May I add, not the original animals, as one lady once asked me.
Oh my goodness.
Now, can you see that scaffolding up there? Just straight ahead?
Yes.
Something around it. Normally I would advise you to go straight across the road, but today of course you can't do that. So if you want to go to Tower Hill, you go down the ramp, under the subway, up the other side, to just up in that corner, you'll find 12 posts about this big, joined with a chain, and that is Tower Hill. Births were brought from the Tower of London up onto Tower Hill and beheaded. The first was Simon Sudbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury. It was himself and his treasurer Lord Hales that were trying to impose a poll tax upon the people of England. How many English people here? Now come on, there should be 5. Come on, put your hands up. Let's have a count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you are, you see. 7. It's getting better. We're all very shy people, you know. Remember the poll tax? Margaret Thatcher, quite a few years ago now, when she was the Prime Minister, decided everyone over the age of 18 living in one house should pay a tax. Up to that time, it was the householder who paid the tax. That idea went up like a lead balloon. We thought to look back in history to 1381. Once more, we were at war with France. There was no money in the coffers. Anyone who had the privilege of breathing, they were being charged 4 pennies. And the people from Kent and Essex, these are 2 counties next door to the Tower of London, they did not like this tax. They marched on London, they came down that hill. It was called the Peasants' Revolt, not the revolting peasants. Halfway up that hill there was a big gate with a fence coming down to the Lion Tower. There would have been someone like myself guarding that gate. We were being charged 4 pennies. We did not like this tax. What do you think we did? Come on. What do you think we did?
Revolted.
No, we were very loyal. We
You paid.
we let them in. 3,000 past, never saw a thing. Get in there. They got hold of the Archbishop of Canterbury and his treasurer Lord Hales, dragged them along here, took them onto the hill, and chopped their heads off. End of tax.
It's not easy, is it?
Is that easy?
Can we apply that for today now?
Where are you from?
Switzerland.
Oh, you never have any trouble like that, do you? They all seem to be very rich and very happy people in Switzerland. Are you? I can see you're very happy. Are you very rich? No? Oh. Rich enough to come to London, eh? The Middle Tower. Why is it called the Middle Tower?
It's in the middle.
It's in the middle. You don't need me anymore. You just walk around and read the signs. It used to stand in the middle of the moat. Can see the green area. When you walk through here, look above you, you will see a portcullis, also known as a drop gate. This one is over 400 years old, but we the Yeoman Warders do not like to stand underneath it, because we know the rope that holds it up. It's also over 400. Most of this is true. I'm doing very well so far. There are 3 holes in that archway. Can't see them yet. They're called murder holes. I wonder how many people noticed there was 3 holes in that archway. The idea being that if the gateway was attacked by fire, then water could be poured down the chutes, and hopefully this would extinguish the fire. So we'll now take a walk into the outer ward. Three murder holes. Come on, all the way around, please. Come on. That's it. Oh, bit of sunshine. You're taking photographs from the side, please tell me. Keep the stomach in for 5 seconds. Come on. Oh, come on. The area we are now standing in is called the outer ward. That is to say, we're in between the outer and the inner Bailey walls. Now the wall behind you, in parts, 25 feet thick. The wall behind me, 60 feet high. To your left you have Mint Street, so named because it was here that all the gold and the silver coins of the realm were minted, until 1810. It was then decided that the Royal Mint should be taken from the Tower of London and was placed to the other side of Tower Hill. It now forms the casemates, which means dwellings on the wall, where my colleagues, the Yeoman Warders and families now reside. Now if you turn around, you'll see another archway, and this is called the Royal Entrance or Sallyport. The kings and queens of England who used to reside or visit the Tower of London for obvious reasons, they did not like to travel through the dark, dangerous, narrow streets of the city. They preferred to use the River Thames on the Royal Barge. They would alight on the Queen's Steps, walk across the wharf, across their own special drawbridge into the Tower of London via this royal entrance. We know it's here that Queen Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII, entered the tower. We think, of course, that His Majesty assembled his court here. He probably stepped forward, put his arms around the girl, and said he would love her for the rest of her life. That wasn't very long, was it? 1,000 days and a cannon shot. Behind me is the bell tower. Why is it called the bell tower? Got a bell. This tower is not open to the public. So I'll tell you about some of the prisoners that were held here. Sir Thomas More, a very good friend of King Henry VIII. Lord Chancellor of England, Speaker of the House of Commons, was imprisoned in the lower chamber. Now you might think the lower chamber is down here. It isn't. As we walk through the tower, we're going to go up another 30 feet. So the lower chamber is up there, where these arrow slits are, also known as arrow loops. At the same time, his friend John Fisher, the Bishop of Rochester, was in the upper chamber. That's where the modern windows are, right at the very top. They were held here because they would not recognise King Henry VIII as the supreme head of the church in England. After 14 months of miserable imprisonment, the king signed their death warrant. They were taken up onto Tower Hill and beheaded. James Scott, the Duke of Monmouth, he was the eldest son of Charles II's 13 illegitimate children. Now you know why the king's nickname was the Merry Monarch. When the king died, the Duke thought that he had the right to rule the kingdom. He formed an army in the West Country, but was defeated at the Battle of Sedgemoor, brought here for one night, where the rest of the family had been imprisoned. The next day taken up onto Tower Hill, where it is reported the bloodiest execution ever seen on English soil. The executioner was a man named Jack Ketch. He was a part-time drunk, a part-time butcher, and a part-time executioner. On this particular day, he was all three in one. Now can you imagine that? A drunken man trying to take another man's head off. It took 5 blows of the axe before the head came away from the body, but still was hanging there by the sinews. So he took out his butcher's knife and he cut through these sinews until the head dropped to the ground. Spoilt the whole day. It was a day off for the people of London. There were acrobats there, jugglers, just like that. Can you hear the noise out there? That's what it would have been like on the day of an execution. You know, there would have been gambling and all sorts going on. He was so drunk. 5 blows of the axe. There was blood and bone going everywhere. It upset the children upset the parents surged forward to try and get their hands onto Jack Ketch. Fortunately for Jack, unfortunately for others, he survived for another day. But then the authorities realised he was a royal person. They needed a portrait of the man. So they brought the head and the body back into the Tower of London. The royal surgeon was sent for. It was his task to stitch the 2 parts back together so the artist could make a painting of the man. When people see this painting today, they say how pale the man looked. As one of my friends said, it doesn't look very lifelike. We are now going to take a walk down Water Lane to Traitors Gate. All the way around, please. Where are you from? What part?
East London.
It's just over there, isn't it? East London? You think it's from somebody from East London settled there? We called it East London. The area you just walked down I refer to as Water Lane. The reason being, before this outer wall was built, the River Thames would lap up against that wall behind you. The Bloody Tower, as we know it today, was the waterway entrance into the Tower of London. When you walk through here, look on your left-hand side, you can still see one of the old iron rings, where they used to tie the boats up to. But of course, when they built this outer wall, they drained this area, raised it to its present level. It still retains the name Water Lane. Behind me, one of the most famous gates in the world, Traitors Gate. It used to be known as Watergate. No, that gets the Americans very excited because we had it first. Ours still leaks. But never mind. In the reign of King Henry III, he built a straight wall from the west to the east. But the king decided he wanted a safe waterway entrance under the tower. So he knocked this part of the wall down and he made the area where you're now standing into a small harbour. So on a full tide, his boats and barges could come right into the tower, unload in safety without hindrance. Now he's got a problem. Got a big wall on that side, a big wall on that side, and a big hole in the middle. Not a very good idea for a defensive wall. So his son, King Edward I, he ordered this tower to be built to protect this waterway entrance. It's called Watergate. Why did the names change to Traitors Gate? This is because of all the alleged traitors that were brought into the Tower of London via this waterway entrance. We know there were hundreds, but I'll mention just a few. Queen Anne Boleyn, Queen Catherine Howard, Lady Jane Grey, Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Thomas More, the 7 bishops would be met here by the gentleman jailer and then escorted to their cells to await their fate. Sometimes just a few steps to the block and the axe on the green, or, as I said earlier, they had to walk out of the Tower of London, up there, onto Tower Hill. Behind you, the Bloody Tower. It used to be called the Garden Tower, because it gave access and it overlooks the Lieutenant's Gardens. But because of all the crimes that were committed inside, the name's changed to the Tower of Blood, and then the Bloody Tower. But it's here by tradition in 1485 the 2 young princes were murdered. Edward V, aged 13, and Richard, the Duke of York, his younger brother. They were brought here in preparation for Edward's coronation. While they were here, they disappeared. 191 years later, some workmen who were repairing the staircase, they found a casket. In the casket were the remains of 2 small boys. The authorities at that time said these must be the 2 young princes. On the orders of King Charles II, they were removed from the Tower of London to Westminster Abbey and reburied in Innocents' Corner. The Duke of Gloucester, who was the man responsible for bringing the 2 boys here, became better known as King Richard III of England, who only a few months ago was found under a car park in Leicester. They didn't like the Plantagenets, just covered up, left him there, hoping never to be found. But there we go. History keeps on moving on, doesn't it? It's a strange thing to say, isn't it? Sir Walter Raleigh was imprisoned here for over 13 and a half years. Now you probably know. He was a very good friend of Queen Elizabeth I. He was a professional pirate against the Spaniards. He named Virginia and the Carolinas, but the Queen died. There were no natural heirs to the throne, so they asked King James VI of Scotland to become King James I of England, and Sir Walter Raleigh disagreed with this. So it should have been the King's cousin, Arbella Stuart. He was found guilty of high treason. The punishment for high treason in those days was to be hung up by the neck until nearly dead. Taken down, as they were gasping for breath, opened up in the sign of the cross, disemboweled and the parts burnt on a small brazier beside them, beheaded, and the body cut into 4 quarters, hanged, drawn, and quartered. Well, I was thinking more of Mel Gibson myself, but you're quite right. Sir William Wallace, he was a Scottish knight. Sir William Wallace, brought here, we do not know where he was held, but he was taken to Smithfield, which is our meat market, and that's where he was hanged, drawn, and quartered. But back to Sir Walter Raleigh. He had so many friends in those days, the king was frightened to execute him, so he was sent here to the Bloody Tower. He was one of those prisoners that was allowed to walk freely around the tower until he heard the curfew bell, and he had to return to his cell to be accounted for. His wife used to visit every day. She decided to live with her husband. A lot of my colleagues feel this was part of the punishment. Are you married? That's why you laugh so hard. If your wife was here, you wouldn't laugh like that. More mature gentleman, just a nice smile. These women who decided to live with their husbands. Hello. These women who decided to live with their husbands, they also became prisoners. And they were not released until their husbands were released or their husbands were executed. In the case of Sir Walter Raleigh, he was released to go to the Orinoco in South America to find El Dorado, the city of gold. He came back penniless. He was found guilty of the crimes 15 and a half years before. Taken to the Old Palace Yard at Westminster, where he was beheaded. It's a very sad end to such a famous man. Now, before we leave this area, I'll just point out a couple of things. If you want to go into the wall walk, remember you're standing between the Bloody Tower and Traitors' Gate. The entrance is up these steps. Takes you through St. Thomas's, over the Sullivan Bridge, into the upper part of the Wakefield Tower, onto the wall, to the north side, where it ends with an exhibition of the types of animals that were kept in the tower. Now, let's continue this way to the gate here. Check! Hello. We're now standing in the inner ward. Behind me is the White Tower, also known as the Norman Keep. This is the fortress that was built for King William I of England. He wanted to overawe the people of the City of London. He thought that if he could control the city, then he would control the rest of England. The architect was a monk from Bec in Normandy. His name is Gundulf. He later became the Bishop of Rochester. Commenced in 1078, it took 20 years to build. It stands 92 feet high. The walls taper from 15 feet thick at the base to 12 feet thick at the top. There are 3 square turrets and 1 round. The round one is around the corner. on the northeast corner, and it was here that the first Royal Observatory was placed, before it went down to Greenwich. On top of each turret was a weather vane surmounted by a crown on the weather vane. There we are. It's the royal coat of arms which denotes, even to this day, this is a royal palace. But the kings and the queens stopped living here around about the year 1605. If they were here, they would have been in the top floor. Below them, the accommodation for their knights, their ladies, the banqueting house, the council chambers, the kitchen, and the kitchen staff. There is one more floor, which is partly below ground. And this was used as a storeroom. But of course, when they decided to torture people, that was the ideal place to do it. The walls being over 15 feet thick. Who would hear the screams and the moans of those unfortunate people? Today, this is very brightly lit, and just for you, the people that come and see us at the Tower of London, they've turned it into a shop. That's the modern day instrument of torture for the gentleman. 85, it is probably the best Norman chapel you'll ever see. It was in here that the following happened. Lady Jane Grey prayed for those 9 days when she was the uncrowned Queen of England. Somewhere in the Tower of London, at the moment, it's in the first floor of the Wakefield Tower, King Henry VI was murdered while at prayer. He's our scholarly king. He's the founder of King's College, Cambridge, and Eton College. But it was in this chapel he lay in state. It's here that Queen Mary married by proxy King Philip II of Spain. The king could not be bothered to turn up for his wedding. He sent a man called Count Egmont to take the vows for him. When the Queen died, the Pope at that time said that England belonged to Spain. And this is what started the Spanish Armada. And it's here that the second oldest order of chivalry in England stems. It was tradition for the King and the Queen, along with their squires, to pray all night during this vigil. The next day they were processed to Westminster Abbey for the coronation. But at a certain time during this vigil, the Israelites would go next door, and there'd be large tubs of water, and they would take a bath. As they were bathing, the king would come round and put the sign of the cross on their right shoulder, and they became known as Knights of the Order of the Bath, the second highest order of chivalry in England. Behind me we show some very large black birds. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the largest birds of the crow family. They're called ravens. You must have 6 ravens here at all times, otherwise England, the monarchy, and the tower will collapse. This is serious. At the moment we have 8 just in case. Now the flight feathers, not the wings, the flight feathers are clipped to make sure they do not fly over the walls. Of course they grow, so they keep on clipping them. It's a bit of ongoing progress. That's not the right word, it's a process. Every night the Raven Master stands down by those cages. He whistles to these birds, they hop and hobble down the hill into the cages, where they are locked in for the night. They are the only prisoners left in the Tower of London. At the moment, the Raven Master is bragging. He is the only man who can whistle. You get 8 birds into bed in 10 minutes. See the blue lamp coming off the side of the wall? Over there, see that? That is the entrance into the instruments of torture. Very popular with ladies and children. But we are now going to go up there. Your name to do? We know it's all right. I'm not quite sure what the guard's going to do. They might march down here in a moment. If so, I will stop while they take a photograph. Because I know when they're on the march, nobody listens to me. But I just don't know what they're doing. Right, come on, then we'll keep going until something happens. Behind me is the private execution place. It was only the friends of the royalty that were beheaded here. There were 6 altogether. They didn't have a lot of friends. But before I tell you about the executions, I'll tell you where everything is. If you go down here, we'll take you into the Bloody Tower. Before she was executed here, William Penn was in there. until he was kicked out to one of our smaller colonies where he founded. Here's the guard come in. Do you want to take a photograph? Thought for a moment. Yeah, these are Welsh Guards. There's 5 Guards regiments. Grenadiers, Scots, Grenadiers, Coldstream, Scots, Irish and Welsh. Where did I get to? 1605, 5th of November, Guy Fawkes. He was the man who tried to blow up the king. He was brought here, he was questioned in there. He would not give the names of his accomplices until he was racked in the basement of the White Tower. The last prisoner to be held there was Rudolf Hess in May 1941. At that time he was the Deputy Führer of Germany. Now the second blue door down is the house number 5, Tower Green. And it's here that Lady Jane Grey was kept for those 7 months before she was executed. At the same time, her young husband, Lord Guildford Dudley, was in the Beauchamp Tower. It's in the Beauchamp Tower. You can see over 90 inscriptions that the prison has been on the wall. The ones the ladies like to see are numbered 48 and 85. A very small word, Jane, which is said to have been done by Lord Guildford Dudley himself. There are still over 100 people reside in the Tower of London. We are very fortunate because we have got our own doctor. That's the doctor's house. If he can't fix you, go and see the vicar. Who was at work today? He gets 4 weeks off in the summer, 3 weeks off in the winter, and he works 1 day a week. Look how far he's got to commute there. That's his front door then. And he thought he was told you walk. Well, she's going to walk from there to there. No, I've got to do something better than that. So she had to walk all the way around the green. And then back into the chapel. He thought he got his money's worth there. Right at the very beginning I mentioned 1,000 soldiers that were stationed in the Tower of London. That was a purpose-built barrack room. It now houses the Crown Jewels. Entrance to the jewel house is underneath that clock. And as you can see, there's absolutely no queue at all. At the far side is the old officers' mess, which is now a museum for the Royal Fusiliers. A regiment formed in the tower, 1685. Going down the hill, of course, you've got the big staircase. Not only that beautiful chapel, well, it's full of armour of King Henry VIII, huge cannons, cannonballs, etc. On the other side of the White Tower is a cafeteria, where you can get a cup of tea or death by English coffee. And a sticky bun. Now once you've had your cup of tea and a sticky bun, you'll be looking for the toilets. The best ones we have are right to the very end of the Waterloo block. Turn left twice, they're on the right hand side. The executions. The first was in 1536, Queen Anne Boleyn. She was accused of adultery, witchcraft and incest. She was found guilty on all 3 charges, but she feared the block and the axe. By special permission, an executioner was brought over from Calais in Normandy. She knelt on the scaffold and she was beheaded with a double-edged sword. Right up to that moment, she thought she would have been pardoned by the king. There was no arrangements for the funeral, there was no coffin. In great haste, an arrow box was brought from the Broad Arrow Tower, and this is what she's buried in. 1541, Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury, a lady, nearly 70 years old and innocent of all crime. It was her son, Cardinal Pole, who was in Europe preaching against King Henry VIII. The king did not like this. He ordered that man to return to England to be executed. He refused. So they executed his mother instead. That was dreadful, wasn't it? 1542, Queen Catherine Howard, the 5th Queen of King Henry VIII. She was accused of having an affair with Thomas Culpeper. Thomas Culpeper was taken to Tyburn, better known today as Marble Arch, where he was hanged, drawn and quartered. the Queen was brought here and she said, "I die the Queen of England, but I'd rather die the wife of Culpeper." One blow of the axe straight off. A few hours later, her lady-in-waiting was brought out, Lady Jane, the Viscountess of Rochford, and she was executed for arranging the meetings between the two lovers and not informing the king. In those days, if you're going to choose a side, you had to make sure you're going to be on the winning one. It's only 12 years before the block and the axe was used again, this time on the slender neck of Lady Jane Grey. Brought to the Tower of London by her father Henry Grey, the Duke of Suffolk, and John Dudley, the Duke of Northumberland, her father-in-law, to be the Queen of England. But after those 9 days, the supporters of Princess Mary, the first daughter of King Henry VIII, they said that Mary was the rightful queen, and Lady Jane was quite happy with this. She just wanted to go home. But her father and her father-in-law realised if they did not support this new queen, they would be executed. And the best thing they decided they could do was put Lady Jane Grey in the house number 5 and Lord Guildford Dudley in the Beauchamp Tower. During the next 7 months, people were trying to get rid of Mary, put Jane on the throne. The Queen decided, right, we'll solve the problem. We'll execute them. So first of all, the 19-year-old lad had to walk along here, down the steps, along Water Lane, up there onto Tower Hill, where he was beheaded. The head and the body were brought back and placed at the outside of this chapel. The young girl, 17 years old, very calmly walks from the house number 5. She climbs up the steps to the top of the scaffold where she reads from the Bible, Psalm 51. The only time she began to panic is when they put the blindfold around her. She could not find the block and she cried out, "Where is it? Where is it?" I think it was her lady-in-waiting that took her by the arm, knelt her down, and she was gone. That was the saddest execution to take place in the Tower of London. There was one man executed here, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, a very good friend of Queen Elizabeth I and a very fine soldier. But he was found guilty of high treason. He was to be executed on the hill, but because of his friendship, he was executed here in private. Isn't it nice to have friends in the right places? There were reasons for this. If the person had to be ridiculed, if there had to be thousands of witnesses on the hill. If the authorities weren't sure, they'd lock the gates, build the scaffold, behead the person, get rid of the body, wash the area down. So now all we have left is the site of the scaffold. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are now going to go into the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. Gentlemen, if you are wearing headdress, will you please remove it? Unless, of course, your religion permits you to wear it inside. Please, no photography. Cheerio. Yes, sir, that's it, yeah.
Oh.
Королеву.
Non è.
But not everywhere.
Vessel, or you can exit through the sliding windows. The upper deck is easily accessible by steps on each side of the reception lobby. In the unlikely event of an emergency, the captain will give you full instructions. For your own safety, and most particularly for any children on board, please remain seated as much as possible.
Colleague Ian here will be around the vessel. This includes, if you require audio guides in another language, we have 8 other languages for you to choose from. We have Spanish, French, Italian, Russian, German, Mandarin, Japanese and Dutch. So if you want a commentary in one of those languages, do go and see my colleague Ian, who will be downstairs. So, we're going to begin our cruise. Captain today is Sid at the helm, our captain, with the engineer and first mate Phil. Now, we're in very safe hands on the weekend. I would like to issue a few extra bits to the safety announcement, which are as follows. There's no smoking on board this vessel. Any mobile phones that you do have, please do turn them off or to silence for the courtesy of the other passengers on board today. your upper deck is easily accessible to the lower deck via the stairs either side of the lobby. But for your own personal safety, we will ask you to remain seated throughout the majority of this cruise if you're on the upper deck. Do remain seated, as standing will obstruct the captain's view line. So we begin our cruise by passing by the Houses of Parliament, which are many centuries old if you go back to their original history as a palace. Yes, there were palaces on this site. There have been palaces here for many years. So originally there would have been a palace here in the 1000s founded by Edward the Confessor, and it was in fact on an island. This is when the area was broken up into little sections by rivers and streams, and it would have actually been pretty much marshland here. But times have changed and many things have changed in this area. Many buildings have grown up in this area. Well, most of them were palaces up until a point. Up until 1512, in fact, when there was a massive fire in 1512 during the reign of Henry VIII, and it was after that the buildings really stopped being palaces because no king or queen officially lived there after that point in time. It was from then on the government really took these buildings as their official residences and for their use. So this area became used by government as these buildings, and these ones actually date back to 1860, when there was a fire in 1834 that burnt down the majority of these buildings. Now I'll talk about these buildings in a moment when we have turned around. We are looking at Lambeth Bridge ahead of us, which is named after the area of Lambeth to our left-hand side. And there we have Lambeth Palace to the left. So the buildings, the sandy coloured buildings behind here are mainly Victorian Gothic buildings, but a lot of this does date back much further. Well, a bit of this dates back to older times than the Victorian period. The Grey Tower itself dates back to the 1400s. That is the Mollard's Tower. Now, as we turn, we have a view of Westminster Bridge out to our left-hand side, and the London Eye at 135 metres tall. The London Eye is the largest cantilever observation wheel in the world, supported only by one side, the London Eye. On the left, of course, the Houses of Parliament again. On the right, we now have St Thomas's Hospital, where we have the 3 red brick wards, the original Nightingale wards, of which there were once 7 here. 4 of the wards were sadly destroyed during the Second World War and the Blitz, because this area was used as a target for the Houses of Parliament during the Blitz. Houses of Parliament actually got a direct hit as well. Now, let's look at these Victorian Gothic buildings that we have. Houses of Parliament, massive fire in 1834, causing this building to be built, which was finished in 1860. You have at the far end here, with the flag flying from the top, Victoria Tower, named after Queen Victoria, in whose reign this building was constructed. In the middle of this building, you have the aptly named Central Tower, and to the far end, you have the Clock Tower. And the Clock Tower was called simply the Clock Tower up until last year, when it was renamed the Queen Elizabeth II Tower after our current Queen. Ton Bell, named after Benjamin Hall, who was the Chief Commissioner of the works of the tower back in 1860 when the tower was completed. Benjamin Hall was a rather large fellow. He was a good 6 foot tall and a good 20 stone in weight, so he was massive. He looked a bit like a bell, they said, so the workers ended up naming it after him, Benjamin Hall. Oh, we're lucky his name wasn't Richard, that's what I've got to say. Now we're going to head underneath Westminster Bridge. London Bridge. So I'd just like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we do try and not have too many people standing up here on the upper deck, so those of you at the front do take a photo very quickly and sit back down, or we don't want to obstruct in the captain's view. Thank you. On the right hand side, County Hall, which was once home to the Greater London Council. They were disbanded by the late Margaret Thatcher. They were disbanded in 1986. This building was then sold to a Japanese landlord who now runs it. Well, there are many different attractions inside here that he's allowed in, especially Merlin Entertainment's attractions. Take a look at, for instance, the aquarium here, the London Dungeons, and on the edge actually the ticket hall for the London Eye, where there's also a 4D
cinema inside there. Now we have the London Eye. Here it is. Like I said, 135 metres above London. You'll notice the orange capsule going towards the bottom there. The orange capsule is the EDF Energy capsule. They sponsor the London Eye, and their corporate colours are orange. That's where you get the orange capsule from. And they continue that sponsorship is yet to be known. Over on our left-hand side, we have the Whitehall Court Mansions over here on the left-hand side. These pointy roof buildings, this is a building modelled on French chateau, in fact, and it houses offices, apartments, and a hotel inside here, the Royal Horse Guards Hotel. Beautiful building. Wonderful piece of, like it's in the French style, but actually built in the Victorian period. It fell from space recently, landed upside down. Comes from the planet of the giant purple cows. These bridges opened in the year 2003. A year later than they were meant to, because an unexploded Second World War bomb was found on the bottom of the Thames, which caused the works to be delayed. On the right hand side we have the Royal Festival Hall, which was put here for the Festival of Britain in 1951, a post-war celebration to cheer everyone's hopes up during these rather difficult times of the Second World War. Big festival happening over here. So you have the Royal Festival Hall, you have the Queen Elizabeth Hall, the Purcell Room, the Hayward Art Gallery behind here, many buildings devoted to the arts. This fantastic centre for many different shows and performances, art exhibitions. And right at the top of the buildings here, well, we've had some very bad weather recently here in London, where a houseboat got washed up on top of the buildings here in a freak tornado the other day. So hold on to your hats. Of course I'm joking. That boat has been purposely put up on top of those buildings as an art installation and hotel place. How did they get up there? There's some people on top of there yet. A staircase up there. Anyway, we head underneath Waterloo Bridge, named after the Battle of Waterloo, where Wellington defeated Napoleon in 1815, of course, at the Battle of Waterloo, not on a bridge. And then on the right-hand side, you have the National Theatre, commonly mistaken by most people for a multi-storey car park. In other words, it ain't very pretty. Prince Charles said he thought it looked like a nuclear power station when he first saw it. So it may not be all that attractive on the outside, but on the inside, it is rather wonderful. A beautiful theatre on the inside. That's the most important thing, so what's on the inside that counts. So we are going to head by London Studios over on our right hand side next. London Studios, the White Tower, the building in front of it with the glass frontage. This is where they film some of the most educational TV programmes known to man. Such programmes as Daybreak, This Morning, Loose Women, Take Me Out, Alan Carr's Chatty Man, and many more. Well, what do we have next on our wonderful cruise? What wonders can I show you? Well, if you look to your right hand side, right now you'll see an area that is very popular during the summer months. People flock from all over the world to visit our 5-star beach resort. Look at that. Wow. The wonderful golden sands of London. No sunbathers, I wonder why. Continuing along from here, you have the Oxo building, the red brick building with the tower on it. Let's talk about that in a moment, shall we? The building itself used to be the meat production and packing warehouse for the Oxo stock unit. Is now home to shops and offices on the bottom, in the middle, apartments at the top, a restaurant, bar and a brasserie, and right slap bang, and there on top of the tower, on top of the building, the tower, the Oxo Tower, that you'd think would be advertising for the Oxo Stock Cube. Well, you'd imagine it is, but it's not advertising for the Oxo Stock Cube. According to the company responsible for the Oxo Stock Cube, it's a series of random geometrical shapes that they put up there to look pretty suspicious? I think so. We continue our journey towards Blackfriars Road Bridge. On the left-hand side, we have a wonderful, magnificent view of St. Paul's Cathedral. It is 365 feet high. That is 1 foot for every day in the year. That is 111 meters if you want to know it in the metric. The highest point you can go to 83 meters above the blue grey dome, the Golden Gallery. And above the columns, the Stone Gallery. You have the stone balustrade. So we're going to head through Blackfriars, underneath Blackfriars Road Bridge, and then we're going to head underneath what used to be Alexandria Railway Bridge, but is now Blackfriars Railway Station. And in between these two bridges, some red columns, which once supported a steam railway bridge that took the first steam trains across the River Thames. It was needed back in the 1920s. They closed it down until the 1980s. When they tried to pull it down, they managed to get rid of the top part, painted the columns, and realised the columns would have taken dynamite to blow them up. It would have blown up the bridges either side. So they ended up leaving the columns there and painted them red, just so that no one would notice. And closed in the year 2000. It's called a wobbly bridge by most people, even though it doesn't wobble anymore. The wobble was taken away during its closure, so it took about a year and a half to fix the wobble. Can't believe it took that long. But they did put shock absorbers on the bottom. Ah, hark. Can you hear a bell ringing out? That is Great Paul. That is a 15-ton bell, I believe, in St. Paul's Cathedral. So let's look at St. Paul's while we're here, shall we? So, over the Millennium Bridge, you get a wonderful view of the southern transept of St. Paul's Cathedral. This wonderful domed cathedral, beautiful building, a product of the Great Fire of London. Standing on this site previous to this cathedral would have been the medieval St. Paul's at 149 metres tall. It would have been actually larger than the London Eye itself. So, that medieval St. Paul's burnt down in the Great Fire of London. I'll talk about the Great Fire of London later on our cruise, because over on our right hand side we're passing by the Globe Theatre, a detailed replica of the original Globe. The doors are open at the moment. Its season has yet to start, so I'm wondering what is going on there. Perhaps a special showing of some sort, or maybe even an event. I can't tell you. But anyway, this is when its doors normally open, actually, so I'm wondering whether there is a performance on tonight, but its season officially starts on the 21st of April, so these might be pre-showings. I don't know. Anyway, the building itself is a detailed replica of the original. It's made of wood mainly, thatched roof, wooden beams, wooden pegs, wooden hinges all holding it up and together. Rather magnificent structure, and something I would definitely recommend for you all to visit. Which is named after the borough of Southwark, over on our right-hand side. Southwark Bridge, beautiful building, something I'd highly recommend. Beautiful bridge, something I'd highly recommend you crossing. Very romantic bridge, this one. So this beautiful bridge contrasts quite heavily to the next bridge on our journey, which is Cannon Street Railway Bridge, which is really ugly, to be honest. It's possibly the ugliest bridge crossing the River Thames, actually. So I generally tend to ignore it and look at the lovely pub on the right-hand side. The Anchor at Bankside. Yes, the Anchor is a very nice pub. Dates back to the late 1400s. No, not this one. This one has been around since 1750. Alcohol ginger beer there. Now between the two sandy coloured buildings is a detailed replica of the original Golden Hind. Now this replica works. It's been around the world twice. It was built in the 1970s in Appledore in Devon. So it does work. It hasn't been around the world or sailing for a long time now. It's pretty much a floating, not even floating, 'cause it's a museum in dry dock. It means there's no water around it here. But the original set sailed in 1577. Its captain was Francis Drake. He was the first Englishman to go around the world on that original vessel. Yep, went around the world. Took him 3 years, I believe. Returned in 1580. It took him a long time to go around the world, didn't it? Well, he was a bit busy during his cruise. He was stealing things, basically. He stole £25 million of the treasure and plunder off the Spanish and Portuguese, enough to pay off the entirety of our national debt at the time. Yes, this is London Bridge. Above us is London Bridge, okay? So let's get this straight. London Bridge now behind us. Tower Bridge ahead of us. Tower Bridge ahead, London Bridge behind. The difference between these two bridges is history. There's been a London Bridge in this area, on this site roughly, since 54 AD. In fact, the first London Bridge would have been here somewhere in this part of the river, 70 yards or so down from the London Bridge we have now. It was made of wood, the original London Bridge, and there would have been many wooden bridges that followed it through the Anglo-Saxon and Viking periods, perhaps even a period without a bridge here. We don't actually know. There on our right-hand side. Ahead of us, Tower Bridge. Yes, named after the Tower of London over on its left. We're going to get to the Tower of London in a minute. Okay, so let's talk about the old Port of London. Why? Because we're in it. This was once the biggest and busiest working port in the world. Look around you. Look to our right, Hayes Galleria nowadays, but warehouses before here, these sandy-coloured buildings. Over on our left, this is Customs House, where all the captains had to come and pay their customs on their cargoes that they brought into the port. So lots of things going on in this big, busy working port. Something I'm going to be talking about again later, because right now we're passing by HMS Belfast, what was the largest lightweight cruiser in Her Majesty's fleet during the Second World War. She saw active service in the Russian convoys, the D-Day landings, and the Korean War. Now, she was going to be taken for scrap, but she was saved by the Imperial War Museum and put here as a permanent floating museum in her own right. Well, for you all to visit, of course, closed for the evening now. This vessel, by the way, built in the same dockyards, the Harland and Wolff dockyards in Belfast, where the White Star Line cruisers were built. The Oceanic, the Majestic, the Olympic, and the Titanic, built in that same dockyard. Anyway, over on the right-hand side, the glass-domed building, City Hall. So the Greater London Council, disbanded in 1986, the Greater London Assembly, founded in the year 2000 to sort of replace them in a way. In 2002, this building was finished as their headquarters and has been known as many different things ever since, such as the London Armadillo, the London Beehive, Darth Vader's helmet, all kinds of things. On the left-hand side, the Tower of London, over 900 years old, founded in fact by William the Conqueror back in 1066. Now, he built a wooden tower here, a wooden hill fort, which he finished in 1072. And then he decided he wanted a proper palace here, so he began the construction of what you can see, this central stone tower, and never got to see it finished. He died in 1086. It was finally finished by his son in 1100. These are known as the inner and outer curtain walls. Sir, thank you. Big love to you as well. Hello, on the bridge. Yes. Nice one. Very friendly people we have on the bridge. Now, who waved? Did you wave? Yeah? Well, those of you who waved, you get 5 years good luck. So there's a good reason to be friendly. It's an old tradition, basically. When sailors and fishermen would have come underneath this bridge, they would have waved goodbye to their loved ones and members of the public as they went out to sea. And they would have needed lots of good luck, of course, on their long journeys. Not that long, to be honest, because we're not going out to sea. It's about 43 miles away or something ridiculous like that. So we'll leave it for the time being, shall we? So around us now, I mentioned about the old Port of London. Well, this is it. Look at us. Look at this. Butler's Wharf, the Spice Wharves, Butler's Wharf extension down here. Lots of other warehouse buildings all around us now. There would have been loads of goods coming in here. Wine, spices, teas, coffees, indigo, rubber, ivory, all kinds of expensive things. Maybe some of fastest working port in the world up until 1930, when, of course, the Second World War happened, didn't do any favours, but during the 60s it did see a resurgence, only to see the major closures happening at the very end of the 1960s. Around 1969, the first of the major closures began to happen, and from then it was like a domino effect. This was mainly due to the introduction of large freighters that were introduced to our transport system, air freighting also. Bad road links here in the port made things a bit difficult as well. So the port closed down in the late 60s mainly. By 1981, pretty much the whole of the port except for Tilbury had closed. But we turn around with a lovely view of Tower Bridge to our left. And what a wonderful view with the colours dappled throughout the sky. And the two towers. So the two towers are made of metal, mainly. As is the rest of the bridge, especially the bascule in the middle you can see there. But the opening part of the bridge that opened to allow the tall ships to come through, they're 1,500 tons heavy each. And they would have opened about, and we have the changing face of London all around it. Over on your left-hand side, the Shard, the tallest tower in Western Europe at 309.6 meters tall. The Shard has 10 apartments inside, and they are selling at £4 million, even £4 million. On the right, the Tower of London, over 900 years old, like I said, began its life as a palace, fortress, turned into a prison, that's what most people know it as. Look above the archway on the side there, you'll notice some writing above the bricked up archway. It says entry to the Traitors' Gate above that bricked up archway. It's where traitors were taken through to be imprisoned for life, or to be beheaded, whichever way you want to put it. What a good day. So the Tower of London, used as a palace, fortress, prison, it's also been the Royal Mint and a preserving face that is, like I said, silly. Medieval Britain period, 1209, had 19 arches spanning the river, 6 small shops and houses on it, church, drawbridge and gatehouse, and even had water mills on it at one point in time. That was the old medieval London Bridge. It was like a town on a bridge. Now, it's something that I'm going to be talking about again, London Bridge, in a moment, because that's this blue glass building. There are 2 grey buildings. There's a gap in between these 2 grey buildings. That's where I want you to focus your attention on when we get there, okay? So what you'll see in between there is a monument. It's a 202-foot high Doric column. It is the tallest freestanding stone column in Europe. No, in the world, I should say. Tallest freestanding stone column. Rebuilding of the City of London, the Great Fire of 1666. Wonderful viewing gallery up there, and it's only £4 to go up. I know it ain't that tall anymore, but hey, it's worth £4. And the certificate you get when you reach the top that they give you, because, well, they realise you've walked up and down 311 steps. That's how high these steps are to the top. About London Bridge. The medieval bridge was replaced by a bridge. In 1831, the Victoria Bridge was opened, and in the late 1960s, it was pulled down and replaced by this one in the 70s. Reconstructed and stands to this day. Popular tourist attraction. I think it's the second most popular tourist attraction attraction in the state of Arizona after the Grand Canyon. Someone told me that the other day, I found it quite amazing. And you're about to head underneath Cannon Street Railway Bridge again. As I said, this bridge is very ugly. It's very ugly, I have to say about it, to be honest. Now, I do mention, I do actually recommend for you to walk across Southern Bridge. Perhaps this isn't the best of recommendations. Why? Because it's blooming difficult to find. This is the least used bridge in London. No main roads lead to it. It's also known as the Lonely Bridge. As you can see, not a soul on this bridge right now. It's empty. There's not even cars going across it anymore. Really does add to the effect. Usually there's one or two people walking across it. One or two lost. It is actually devoid of life. Anyway, we're heading towards the Millennium Bridge. And on our left-hand side we have the old power station, the bankside power station, a very large brick building, actually 4.2 million bricks in its structure, 7 floors of modern art inside. The power station used to be up again, 3 rows into the area around there until the 1970s when the area was introduced to clean up the air down because of that. But like I said, in the year 2000 it was opened as a Tate Modern Art Gallery, 7 floors of modern art, worth visiting if you really get the opportunity. Really do recommend visiting. It's free to Antarctica. Fire not only burned down St. Paul's, it burned down 80% of the city. It made over, well, it burned down 13,200 houses, 87 churches, 6 chapels, St. Paul's, as I mentioned, Guildhall, loads of buildings destroyed. Loads of buildings destroyed. So many people made homeless, 100,000 people made homeless. Yet only 10 people died. Which is crazy. Those are 4 famous English scholars' statues up there, by the way, on that building. There's William Shakespeare, John Milton, Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, all up there. Guys, as a merchant vessel, I believe. Now, the vessel itself has been other things in its lifetime. It was used as a trading vessel in the Second World War, home to the Royal Navy Reserve for a while, and is now a bar. A couple of bars, actually. There's one that's public that is closed, despite it saying it's open. That is a lie. I walked by there yesterday. The bar is closed. So, HMS President, the rest of it is another private area, like private hire bar and ballroom, and there's even office space down there, meeting halls. It's very weird to have an old boat, but there you go. There are boats mainly used as bars along the Thames here. Quite a few of them. Just fitted out with the door quarters. A convoy escort in the Second World War. Used to look after vessels that were working in the Pacific, some of them. And they said it also did a lot of work up near New Zealand, hence the name of Wellington. Actually, a beautiful building on the inside. Beautiful hall, which is used for weddings a lot, but it's actually the clubhouse, the livery hall for the Honourable Company of Master Mariners, this vessel. So we're heading back towards the version of Waterloo Bridge has been here. And war broke out. So it's said that when most of the men, whilst most of the men were away fighting, the work was finished mainly by women. 80% women workforce. Just noticed with it. Anyway, very sad tale, but I thought I'd inform you. We did just pass by Somerset House on the right while I was gabbling about that. Sorry, beautiful building there, the Georgian building. Modelled the Georgian style, built in the 1700s. It was originally office space, and it was a very prestigious hotel dating back to the 1800s, late 1800s, and it was the first building to have all-round working electricity. It's a very weird thing on a vessel called the Cleopatra. It left Alexandria and sank in the Bay of Biscay in a storm. Now the vessel carrying it was called the Cleopatra. 8 crewmen lost their lives on that vessel. The Needle, after many years of lying on the bottom of the Bay of Biscay, was reclaimed. We managed to reclaim it, and it was brought here and put here and renamed Cleopatra's Needle after the crewmen really who lost their lives. So our journey takes us back towards Waterloo Pier. Of course, the Ministry of Defence here over on our right-hand side, the building with the green roofs, is the Ministry of Defence. So the MOD, it's abbreviated to, a military building, 2/3 of which should be about 20 stories. That's ridiculous. I find that hard to believe. Who knows about these myths in London? Now it's hard to know who to believe really, but he seemed like a legitimate source. It was to do with political broadcasting actually. We might rock or sway as we come into the pier here, and the other day I actually did have a gentleman fall down the stairs. I'm not joking, and he hurt some children when he fell down the stairs, so I would recommend that you try and remain seated please. It is for your own personal safety, and it's a disclaimer for me to say this of course, so I just need to say it. I'm really rarely actually seated. Anyway. Have a look around you at this point in time, and do make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. Of course, I'm going to recommend for you to go up on the London Eye. If you haven't been up there, it is a wonderful day to go up on the London Eye. Do go up there and get some great views out over London. Visit our 4D experience at the back of the London Eye ticket offices. And
¿Se ve bien?
Sí, yo sí que veo.
Ladies and gents, no stopping here. Thank you. Keep moving, please. Keep moving. Keep it good.
I'm not going in there.
I'm feeling those vibes.
Leicester Square. Change here for Piccadilly line.
Heathrow Terminals 4 and 123. Next station is Hammersmith.
Oh, right, okay. You told me that you arrived in Southport. What, through the Broadway? Yeah, I'll be there in like 10 minutes. Yeah, because that's why I kept missing you out. You know when I spoke to you yesterday, I said, we meet tomorrow. He said to me, my next session. He goes, that's fine. I just got another appointment with another person. But, what time is Mum when she getting there?
The next station is South Ealing.
of conduct, but Liverpool quickly saying that they're keen to keep him. Where's that next?
Suarez now has.
Then you can come tomorrow.
I don't want to come tomorrow.
You can come now in a few hours.
I will never be back in this hotel in my life. This is
Yeah.
fucking shit. Right? But what I'm saying to you is, he said to me that if I did not behave, then he was going to put me out of the hotel.
But it's not done
How
anything.
is he going to do that?
Why are we going to discuss something that he didn't do?
No.
He didn't do anything.
Okay, I'm misbehaving. I'm being a bad boy, so I'm not behaving now, so tell him to come and put me out of the hotel. He said to me, if I was not behaving, he would put me in the hotel, so I'm not behaving now, so tell him to come down and put me out of the hotel, please. No?
No, I'm not.
So he's a big mouth?
I'll not be able to.
He's a fucking mouth then? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll not be able to do that.
If you want. I'm turning my back on you. Tell that fat cunt.
Say that again, sir.
Come down and see me.
No.
Next step, nothing. Call him now. He's got nothing better to do than stand here and be abusive to staff and guests.
Yeah, he's been like that the whole night.
All night. San Francisco.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hello.
However, for your own safety, we advise that students drop out of while minutes. overhead compartment or underneath the seat in front of you. All exits must be clear of baggage. Air France coaches are available to take you into Paris or to another airport. If you're transferred to an Air France flight link from Orly or to the TGV high-speed train, please collect your baggage on arrival. All board heads will be serving in Air France destination. You can find details of servicing on our website, airfrance.com.
Bye. Good time, jackasses. Thank you. Hello.
Air à destination de San Francisco. Vos bagages à main les plus lourds doivent être placés sous le siège devant vous. Les autres peuvent être rangés dans les coffres. Les portes ici doivent rester dégagées de tout bagage. L'utilisation de téléphone portable est interdite après la fermeture des portes de l'avion. Prenez soin d'éteindre votre appareil ou de le placer en mode avion avant de le ranger. De plus, nous vous informons que nous effectuons actuellement les pleins de carburant. Pour des raisons de sécurité, nous vous demandons de ne pas attacher votre ceinture et vous rappelons qu'il est interdit de fumer. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We very pleased to welcome you on board the Airfrance flight to San Francisco. Would you please any carry-on baggage underneath the seat in front of you? Baggage.
Hello.
Alors, demandez tout le temps vérification de la porte opposée. Madame, Monsieur, nous vous rappelons que ce vol est non-fumeur et nous informons que l'utilisation d'appareils électroniques est interdite durant le décollage et l'atterrissage. Les démonstrations de sécurité vont vous être présentées. Veuillez respecter les dossiers de votre fauteuil et rangez votre tablette. Nous vous informons que les membres d'équipage portant sur un signe rouge sont chargés d'assurer votre sécurité à bord. Ladies and gentlemen, we remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. We inform you that the use of electronic devices is not allowed during takeoff and landing. We now show you the safety procedure.
Madame, Monsieur, bonjour et bienvenue à bord.
Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. For your safety and comfort, please take a moment to watch the following safety video.
Ce film concerne votre sécurité à bord. Merci de nous accorder votre attention. Chaque fois que ce signal est allumé,
And that you keep your seatbelt fastened and visible at all times while seated. To release the seatbelt, just lift the buckle.
pour détacher votre ceinture, soulevez la partie supérieure de la boucle. Il est strictement interdit de fumer dans l'avion, y compris dans les toilettes.
This is a no-smoking flight, and it is strictly prohibited to smoke in the toilets.
En cas de dépressurisation, un masque à oxygène tombera automatiquement à votre portée.
If there is a sudden decrease in cabin pressure, your oxygen mask will drop automatically in front of you.
Tirez sur le masque pour libérer l'oxygène, placez-le sur votre visage.
Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. In case of an emergency,
The illuminated exit signs will help you locate the exit doors. Please take a moment now to locate the exit nearest you. The nearest exit may be behind you.
Les issues de secours sont situées de chaque côté de la cabine, à l'avant, au centre, à l'arrière.
Emergency exits on each side of the cabin are located at the front, in the center, and at the rear.
Pour évacuer l'avion, suivez le marquage lumineux.
By pulling the red toggle.
Une fois à l'extérieur de l'avion, gonflez votre gilet en tirant éteint pendant tout le vol.
Mobile phones must remain switched off for the duration of the flight.
downtown Zurich, a very nice national and very pleasant city in California.
What? Yeah, that kid did it.